Mr. Moore, this is Scott Rotruck. Can you hear me okay, sir?
This is Dave in the boardroom. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Thank you so much, Dave. I'll mute back up.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can hear you fine, Mr. Cartwright.
Sorry. Still not on. There you go. This one more strike and I'm out, right? Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the West Virginia Board of Education, September 11th, 2024. If you would join me in a moment of somber reflection of September 11th, 23 years ago. Not only the lives lost, but those that still are impacted today. Thank you very much. And we'll now stand and pledge allegiance to our flag, led by Mr. Hardesty. One nation, indivisible, justice. Next, our introductions. We'll begin with our board members. To my left, Mr. Wooten.
Daniel Snavely, Putnam County.
Deborah Sullivan, Kanawha County.
Gabriel, Harrison County.
Bob Dunleavy, High County.
Paul Hardesty, Logan County.
Chris Stansberry, Kanawha County.
And I'm Nancy White from Harrison County. And we have staff members at the
Ma-
table.
Madam President, this is Scott Rotruck. I'm on.
Sorry, Scott. Thank you.
Tina Payne, Board of Education.
Kelly Talbot, Legal Counsel.
Sonia White, Deputy Superintendent.
Georgia Hughes Webb, Director of Data Analysis and Research.
Tim Conzat, Assistant Superintendent.
Mark Moore, Communications.
Alex Kreiner, Accountability.
Tracy Tuttle, Director of Educator Preparation.
Christy Day, Director of Communications.
Dale Cartwright, Office of Communications.
Cutting you off. Infrastructure and network operation.
Thank you all. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And for the highlight of today, it is my honor to pass this on to Superintendent Blatt to recognize the 2025 Teacher of the Year and the 2025 Service Personnel of the Year.
Good morning. We had a great event last night celebrating our teachers and service personnel across the state and recognizing those that will be representing us in the 2025 school year. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tracy Tuttle to do some introductions for us.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank the West Virginia Board of Education and West Virginia Department of Education leadership for the support of the Service Personnel and Teacher of the Year competitions. We'd also like to thank our sponsors who continue their support not only for this event, but for education, which included Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, West Virginia, the Horace Mann Insurance Solutions, West Virginia Educators Association, West Virginia Lottery, Kinship Goods, Blanco Glass, West Virginia Tourism, WVSSPA, West Virginia Professional Educators, AFT West Virginia, Leadership West Virginia, and Toyota West Virginia. They joined us last night and it was a wonderful event and we thank you. We also would like to welcome our new 2025 Service Personnel of the Year and Teacher of the Year recipients. Our 2024 Teacher of the Year and Service Personnel of the Year will continue to serve and work with us until the end of this year, at which time our new candidates and winners will start working with the department. So first, we'd like to welcome our new Service Personnel of the Year, Ms. Nicole McCulley from Marshall County. Nicole is a librarian at Center McMecken Elementary School in Marshall County. Her principal, Erica Holt, is here with us today, and Dr. Haynes sends her regrets. She had some other things to deal with in her county.
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm very much looking forward to January 1st to roll around and help spread some kindness and build some literacy throughout the state, and look forward to working with everybody.
Congratulations.
Does anyone have any questions for Nicole?
Not a question, but a comment, I guess. How wonderful that a school librarian is being recognized. It seems that as counties are forced to cut budgets, the librarian position is often the one that leaves us. Could you quickly tell us what you do for the students in the entire school?
Sure. One of the things that I try to do, besides build the growth of kindness throughout our school, is to help build literacy. With that, I try to pair books with activities or crafts. One of the big things that I did last year was we did Valentine's Day cards that we sent out to nursing homes. My goal was 600. My kids got super excited that they were able to put a smile on someone's face that they didn't know, and I had over 1,400 cards. So they were sent out to 7 different nursing homes. Their first day of school this year was, Mrs. McCauley, when can we start doing that? I want to see if we can give them to everybody. And I was like, oh, let's wait till after Christmas. So I love that they came back this year excited to see what was next. I also am in the process of updating all of our books. So as kids change from year to year, their interests change. So they're not reading the same books that I was reading when I was in school. So that's the other big thing that I've been working on this past 6 months, is updating our libraries so our kids want to come and get new books and they want to read them and bring them back and get another one. So making sure there's up-to-date books in my libraries is definitely a big key part. And when you pair a book with an activity or craft, they get extra involved and they want to do things. So that's just one of the things I try to do when I'm there.
Thank you for your good work and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan, for that question.
We would also like to take the opportunity to welcome Seth Skiles from Putnam County School, our 2025 Teacher of the Year winner. Seth is an elementary music teacher at Rock Branch Elementary in Putnam County, and he's joined by his superintendent, Mr. John Hudson, today.
Well, I am so thrilled to be here. I am thrilled to even be in this room and for anybody in this building to even know my name. And I am a very, very proud product of West Virginia Public Schools. And on my way to the Capitol Complex this morning, I was thinking back through my time as a West Virginia student, and I was reminded of a day where a West Virginia public school teacher looked me in the eye and told me that I would never be successful and would never fit in my adult life in any group that I would ever be involved with. And those statements changed my career path. And every day I have made a point in my career thus far to tell my kids they are going to be successful, and I am going to make sure of their success. And through this role, that's what I hope to do with every discipline and every grade level and every teacher in the state, to ensure their success in our educational field. I'm so thrilled to do that. Thrilled to be here.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Seth?
Congratulations.
I have had the pleasure of visiting Seth's classroom a couple times and have been amazed and touched by what is going on there. But to hear what you said today really strikes home, because we all talk about how teachers can affect us through their positive words, and what you've reminded us is the power of a teacher to plant seeds of doubt. And it's a tribute to you that you have turned that around, and that has affected you and is touching all the children you teach. So again, thank you for what you do, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thrilled to be here.
Some pictures. Yes, if you all would join us for some pictures. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to having those fine representatives throughout next year, providing us with their insight and the love that they have, obviously, for what they do. Next on the agenda is the presentation of the West Virginia Education Alliance on the Caperton Center Business and Education Partnerships. Ms. Amelia Quartz.
President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. And it's already been such an exciting day. I just want to commend Ms. McCulley and Mr. Skiles on their accomplishment, and also just thank the department for all of their efforts to recognize the Teacher and Personnel Member of the Year. So. My name's Amelia Quartz, and I'm with the Education Alliance, and I'm here to talk about the upcoming launch on October 1st of the Caperton Center for School Business Partnerships. And I have 3 images that I'd like to share with you to help me sort of tell that story. One minute. There we go. All right. So here's the first image, and I'd like to take you back to, hopefully this does take some of you back to the 80s. In 1983, the Education Alliance was formed as a statewide nonprofit organization, and our mission is to mobilize business and community partnerships with K-12 schools across the state. The first thing our board did was challenge us to connect every school in the state with at least one business partner. And you can see by 1990, we had already achieved 95% connection across the state with business partners. I was not there at the time, but I know that this is really an important era in not just the Alliance history, but also in schools history. So as time went on, obviously what happened during those partnerships in the early days is schools would literally take a piece of paper and they would type or write in their school's name, their business partnership's name, and then talk a little bit about the partnership. Then they would mail that to us. We would put it in one of these filing cabinets, and then we would send them a certificate to recognize their partnerships. It went beyond the certificate. We had many different activities and supports for the partnerships, but the result was we did have a room full of filing cabinets that house these partnerships. And as time went on, you can imagine some of the partnerships continued to thrive, and others of them sort of went by the wayside. So in 2020, our board established a dedicated endowed fund called the Caperton Center. And this is really designed to revitalize those partnerships. And the first thing that we did is bring together a council, economic development members, county superintendents, teachers, business leaders from across the state. And they said, we really need to know what's happening right now. So we surveyed folks from across the state. We were at the principals conference in December of 2020, and not surprising, 82% of the people that we surveyed at that time said our school business partnership is either struggling or it's status quo. So the council said, well, the first thing we need to do is build out the center resources for revitalizing these partnerships. So I'm happy to share with you that on October the 1st, we'll be launching the Caperton Center online portal where schools can go in and register their partnership, talk about their business partner. Businesses can also register their partnership. And currently, we're piloting this with 11 schools across the state to tell us about this process. So you may say, well, Amelia, that's wonderful. You've moved from the filing cabinet to the cloud, right? But how does that really impact students? And so I'm glad you asked. And that brings us to our second image. Many of those that we surveyed said our current school business partnership is really just about a sign on the football field. We go to the business partner, we ask for money, we put their sign on the football field. And I do have to say with Mr. Dunleavy here that we know that support for athletics is important, right? So we're not trying to undermine the support of the business community for athletics. However, it can't stop there. Right? School business partnerships, and I know Superintendent Blatt, Clinton Birch, and others have said it has to be more than the sign on the football field. And we know this is possible. Research tells us that business partners can do two things. There's clear evidence. Number one, they can enrich student experiences. Think about financial literacy. Right? Think about even a small rural community that a teacher's teaching financial literacy. How much better of an experience for the student if the local banker comes in to talk to students about financial literacy. So these partnerships can enrich student experiences. The other impact that we see is that they can improve student readiness. And by readiness, I'm talking about two things. Number one, readiness for careers, internships, job shadowing, work-based learning. All of those are direct business partnership that can help students be more ready for success. But the other area is not just readiness for careers, it's also ready to be good citizens. Businesses can help students learn problem solving through capstone projects. They can help them be good communicators, like making eye contact and shaking hands. So we know that businesses can help students in these areas. And to support that, when the schools register their partnership, not only will they have access to their profile on the portal, but they'll also have a member directory. So if they have an interest in learning about a partnership for reading, they can search and see what other schools are doing in their school business partnership. Financial literacy, or even in their region, they can search by region. Of course, they'll get their certificate. And why is that important? If they put it in the foyer or the office, that says to the business community, you're welcome here, right? We appreciate the work that you're doing in our school. But the most important aspect of being on this website is they'll have access to a toolkit. And you have a copy here. This is a draft copy, so you'll see it's still draft, but this is full of resources. It helps schools get started on the partnership. Everything, if you look in the back under resources, everything from a sample letter to a business partner to a needs assessment. How do you have a conversation with a business partner about your school's strategic plan? I know that math is a big focus of the board in the coming year. How do you engage the business community in your efforts to strengthen math education? And there are all kinds of great examples and resources in here for every programmatic level, elementary, middle, and high school, recruitment letters, lots of good stuff. So all of the schools that register will have access to this toolkit. And now you might be saying, well, again, that's wonderful. They can register, they can have access, but schools are busy, right? They're busy places. They have a lot on their plate. What's going to incentivize them to take advantage of these resources? And I'm glad you asked. So that brings us to the third image. Here you see, and it's just such perfect timing, right? This is the 2024 Teacher of the Year, Sharon Cole, and like Mrs. Sullivan, I had the opportunity to visit her classroom. And what the Teacher of the Year does for teaching is, first of all, it shows what it can look like at an exemplary level, right? It shows what amazing teaching looks like. The other thing it does is it really elevates the teaching profession, right? It says to the broader community, this is important, and it can be fantastic. So we're going to steal a page from this book, and you'll see that we're also launching the Partnership of the Year Award. As part of the Caperton Center, we have $25,000 a year for the next 3 years that we're going to be awarding in 4 regions. So each region will have 2 partnerships that they select, and then those will go up to the state level to be selected as a Partnership of the Year. And you have information about the registration process and also the Partnership of the Year process in your handouts. So moving forward, we would like to ask for your help. We'll be speaking to the Economic Development Council. We're speaking to the Principals Association and the Superintendents Association. Number one, we want all schools to register their business partnership. And if they don't have one, this is a great nudge to go out to their community, invite someone to come into the school and talk about math or talk about whatever their strategic plan is focused on. So we would really like your help to get schools registered. And then the second thing is the partnership of the year. Starting in December, we're going to push out that application. We would love to have you involved, help us on the regional scoring or the state level scoring, and really encourage schools and businesses to revitalize their partnerships. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us, and I've watched your good work and the Education Alliance's good work since 1983 or
Yes.
84. So it's good that you're revitalizing it. It's so important. A quick question, and I know you're interested in communities and schools.
Yes.
Could you tell us briefly what your work with communities and schools folks will be and how this ties into your work?
Excellent question. So I think that obviously the goal of both communities and schools and the Education Alliance is to strengthen that network in schools, communities, to help more people stack hands, right, to support students' needs. My experience in working with communities and schools is that person is the liaison that's going out and bridging those partnerships with social services, the local food bank, whatever it may be, to help meet the needs of students. And on the other side, we're nudging businesses to come to the table in those same partnerships. So,
and just another thought along those same lines. I believe Read Aloud West Virginia started with the Education Alliance years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they're separate now from you, but they also are constantly looking for partnerships. So are you able to involve them in this new venture?
Yes. In fact, you'll see we recognize and encourage at the elementary level. A lot of times people think of school business partnerships mainly at the high school or the middle school level and mainly about career readiness. But we know it can be a lot more than that. And Read Aloud is a fantastic way to get business folks to come into the school once a month, once a week, and read to students. So we have I feel a good relationship with Read Aloud, and we would love to celebrate their work as well as the other work of communities, schools, and other organizations to rebuild these partnerships.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you so much, Amelia. That's exciting work. Absolutely. Next on our agenda is delegations. Ms. Day.
Good morning, President White, members of the board, Superintendent Blatt. We have several delegations today. The first is Shanna Thompson, who wants to speak on the subject of curriculum.
Good morning. Early scientists such as Isaac Newton believed he could discover the laws of our universe because he believed in a divine lawgiver. Once Newton discovered the law of gravitation, he didn't say, "Now I have a formula. I don't need God." Instead, he wrote the Principia Mathematica. In it, he expressed hope that his research would lead thinking people to believe in God. Newton trusted God's word in Job 38:31-33. Because of this trust, he displayed that science and God are not opposing viewpoints. Rather, they complement each other. Oxford mathematician John Lennox nicely illustrates this in his Ford car analogy. Henry Ford is one explanation of the Ford motor car. Another explanation is automotive engineering. They are both very different explanations, yet both are necessary for a comprehensive understanding of the Ford automobile. A comprehensive understanding of science is crucial right now, especially since the presuppositions used to promote macroeconomics are now being strongly challenged by scientists. That is why I concur with Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walters when he posited that not including the teachings of the Bible in the classroom is educational malpractice. He said it is impossible to explain to students what Thomas Jefferson meant by our inalienable rights without discussing God. I believe educators have an obligation to convey to students that a power much higher than our government bestowed these rights upon us. If students are led to believe that our government afforded us these rights, they can easily be deceived that the government can strip them from us. The structure of our government is directly derived from the Bible. 2 examples of many. Article 2, Section 1, the president must be natural born. This idea can be found in Deuteronomy 17:15. The requirement for witnesses, Article 3, Section 3, can be found in Deuteronomy 17:6. The preamble of our West Virginia Constitution states, the provisions of this Constitution reaffirm our faith in and constant reliance upon God. Our founders of our country and state did not shy away from the influence that God had on their lives. Remaining silent where the Bible so loudly speaks. In the founding of our country's state, in the founding of our country and state documents, the bestower of our rights, about what inspired early scientists and neglecting creationism as a scientific theory leaves significant gaps in the student's education. The passing of Senate Bill 280 during this legislative session allowed teachers to explore all scientific theories regarding the cosmology of our universe. Please consider encouraging your students to discuss creationism and expanding this liberty to other subjects where applicable. Thank you.
Our next delegation is Nyla Thompson, who's going to speak on the subject of school curriculum.
Morning, board members. I am here to encourage you to follow Oklahoma's lead and bring the Bible back into public schools. As a former student at Capitol High School, I have seen the negative effects that the lack of Bible knowledge has caused. The Bible is a cornerstone of American history, and without it, there are significant gaps in students' education. I have sat in history class, and it has been made evident to me that my fellow students do not have a true understanding of this country's foundation. They do not know that our Constitution has a litany of Bible concepts all throughout its text. For example, the 3 branches of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, are laid out in Isaiah 33:22. Another example is found in Matthew 18:16 in reference to witnesses. Furthermore, students do not have an understanding of the core values this country was founded upon. I never learned that our founding fathers were men of God that interwove Christianity into the fabric of this nation. George Washington stated, "I am sure that never was a people who had more reason to acknowledge a divine interposition in their affairs than those of the United States. And I should be pained to believe that they have forgotten that agency, which is so often manifested during our revolution. And they failed to consider the omnipotence of God who is alone to protect them. When Washington references God's protection, he is not only referring to physical, but also protection of our rights, the unalienable rights endowed by our Creator, or as it is known today, our natural rights. If nothing else, you and I can agree that we enjoy our freedoms that this nation has afforded us. I believe we are witnessing the erosion of this country, and unless you teach new generations that our rights are innately ours and not bestowed upon us by any government, the comforts, liberties, and all the things that make this nation unique will be extinct. In light of precautionary actions taken this morning at Capitol, Carver, and Ben Franklin High Schools due to a threat stemming from a Snapchat post, incorporating God seems necessary to me. I'm sure you all would try anything to stop these threats of violence against our schools. And I think taking a proactive approach and teaching children about God instead of always having to take a reactionary approach would be beneficial. I hope you take this into sincere consideration. Thank you for your time.
Our next delegation is Tara Ramo, and she's speaking on the topic of truth.
Thank you. The book of 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verses 1 through 9 and 13 through 18. Therefore, having this ministry by the mercy of God, we do not lose heart, but we have renounced disgraceful, underhanded ways. We refuse to practice cunning or to tamper with God's word, but by the open statement of the truth, we would commend ourselves to everyone's conscience in the sight of God. And even if our gospel is veiled, it is veiled to those who are perishing. In their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. For what we proclaim is not ourselves, but Jesus Christ as Lord, with ourselves as your servants, for Jesus' sake. For God, who said, "Let light shine out of darkness," has shone in our hearts to give the light of the knowledge of the glory of God in the face of Jesus Christ. But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that the surpassing power belongs to God and not to us. We are afflicted in every way, but not crushed, perplexed, but not driven to despair, persecuted, but not forsaken, struck down, but not destroyed. Since then, we have the same spirit of faith according to what has been written, "I believed, and so I spoke. We also believe, and so we also speak, knowing that he who raised the Lord Jesus will raise us also with Jesus and bring us with you into his presence. For it is all for your sake, so that as grace extends to more and more people, it may increase thanksgiving to the glory of God. So we do not lose heart. Though our outer self is wasting away, our inner self is being renewed day by day. For this light, momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison, as we look not to the things that are seen, but to the things that are unseen. For the things that are seen are transient, but the things that are unseen are eternal. Father God, forgive us. Jesus Christ, redeem us. Holy Spirit, deliver us. Please bless and protect our children. We adore you, love you, and thank you. Amen. So be it.
Our next delegation is David Glakowski with West Virginia Professional Educators, and he's speaking on Teacher of the Year and Components of Education.
Morning. I want to give a big thanks to Michelle Blatt and to Brooks and to Brooke Green and to Tracy Tuttle for last night and the rest of the staff here at the Department of Education, and to President Nancy White and the State Board of Education for making the Teacher of the Year and the Service Personnel of the Year program the monumental event that it has become to celebrate excellence in education in West Virginia. Congratulations to Seth Skiles of Putnam County and to Nicole McCauley of Marshall County. And as I said last night, I've seen Seth in action firsthand because I play trombone with the Charleston Metro Band, and we saw the enthusiasm that Seth brings out in his students for the love of music. As a former music teacher myself and a Logan County Teacher of the Year, I am proud that he was chosen. And we know that both Seth and Nicole will represent West Virginia well in the coming years. So I'm really excited as a music teacher that we've got music in there and is being recognized here in the state of West Virginia. So I'm real proud of Seth on that matter. Next, what I'd like to talk about is the components needed to improve our educational landscape in West Virginia. Over the next 3 or 4 months, West Virginia professional educators will be sharing the components that we think are the most important and will continue to encourage, support, and pursue as we approach the 2025 legislative session. This may sound like a broken record, but here are 2 or 3 things that we have probably talked about before. Number 1, educators hired since July 2015 in Tier 2, and all teachers in the Teachers Defined Contribution Retirement System, the TDC plan, should have the option to convert their unused sick days into years of service for insurance premiums. The elimination of this option has created problems with the adequate staffing of our schools. With no incentive in place, some new teachers feel the urge to use the yearly sick leave days given, with no reason to bank those leave days for further use. This change in legislation will also help solve the substitute teacher shortage. Also, it's difficult to attract new teachers to our profession, especially with the student discipline problems and the student absentee issues that we're facing in all of our schools. Both of these issues need to be addressed again in the upcoming legislative session. So we will talk about these more in depth in the coming months. But for now, a great answer to the question of how to attract more teachers to the profession is the Grow Your Own West Virginia initiative, and we support its expansion and development to all 55 counties. We also need to encourage county districts to expand partnerships with higher ed, our colleges and our universities, and local business leaders, and keep lines of communications open with the parents of our students. And we'll talk again more about those types of things in the coming couple of months before the legislative session. But lastly, for today, what I'd like to finish up with, I'd like to just say hats off to the West Virginia Department of Education and to this State Board of Education for all the great work you do. This includes the new programs like the Strive West Virginia program to address the special and unique needs of all of our students. We see on a monthly basis how efficiently these two entities respond to the dozens of local district requests to meet the multitude of administrative, classroom, and students' developmental needs. West Virginia Professional Educators is in this with you all, and we are constantly working to keep our members informed and offer our support to their daily needs. We will be sharing the results of our annual membership survey in the coming months with you all, and that will also assist us in formulating our 2025 legislative goals, and we'll share those with you in January. So again, thank you for the time this morning.
The next delegation is Mickey Blackwell with the West Virginia Principals Association.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everyone. Madam President, Madam Superintendent, board members all. I'd like to say good morning. And I was very pleased that we started with a moment of silence for 9/11. Mr. Albert and I were just talking about where we were on that day, and I was interviewing for a principal's job, and he was on the interview committee. And I'd left school just as the first tower fell. And when I came out of the interview, the second tower had fallen. And so I had to go back to school, and you can imagine. And it was, I've been an administrator through Columbine, and I've been an administrator through 9/11. And it just brings the thought again of the need for full-time administrators in the building. What if I had been gone on business, which I was, and that there was no one else in the building? What if there wasn't a counselor for 3 days coming into the building when children and parents needed help? These are occasions that we hope will never occur again, but these are also occasions that we need to be prepared for. And if a principal is a principal at two schools and is 45 minutes away from each other, how can that one principal handle the needs of a school when a terrible case comes forward? We hope that the need is never there, but we need to be prepared. And so as we prepare for safety measures, I just want to remind everyone that a full-time principal and a full-time counselor in every school is something that is desperately needed and something that we need to support for this legislative session. And I'll be happy to support and bring members here as quickly as possible. When I became superintendent at Reedy Elementary, they had a half-day principal, half-day teacher. And I used to joke with her. I said, if kids get in trouble in the morning, do you say, if you don't behave yourself, I'm going to send you to me in the afternoon? And it was funny, but it pointed out the issues that we have with half-time administrators. And they didn't have a counselor at all. They were about 15 miles away from somewhere else. And if we had an emergency, we had to wait until someone could be there. So on this day, this terrible this great remembrance of a terrible event, I hope that you can do that. I also want to say thank you for your choices this year of Teacher and Staff Members of the Year. To have a musician and a librarian is a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's two of the most important people in the building. As someone who had a state champion show choir and someone who had a national championship strings orchestra, I cannot tell you how important it is to have a music teacher. And when we're looking at STEM, we need to make sure that we're looking at STEAM. And if I could just have one more minute, I would just like to thank the librarian who was here. And she said something that was so wise. Kids need books that kids want to read. I took over at Horseman Middle School a long time ago, and we had thousands of books, and none of them had been checked out. We had books that had not been checked out since the 50s and the 60s. Kids need books that kids are interested in. And I was thinking of what a wonderful librarian that is and what a wonderful role model. And I hope that the legislature, when they're trying to throw her in jail and for having books that they disagree with, can be there and meet with librarians and understand that they come from the heart and the head and want to embrace all of our children and make things better. She said kindness and she said literacy. And if we had children who grow up to be kind and literate from their librarian, they're certainly going to be in much better shape than anyone else. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'll be here later.
Our next delegation is Fred Albert with AFT West Virginia, speaking on the new school year.
Good morning. Good morning, President White, Vice President Gabriel, Superintendent Blatt, and honorable board members. I am Fred Albert, President of AFT West Virginia. I want to start out by congratulating Mr. Skiles. I've known Mr. Skiles since before he was born. I graduated from high school, DuPont High School, class of 1969. Yes, I am that old, with his father, Mr. Rick Skiles. And I have seen Seth grow from a baby to an adult, and I'm so pleased. I've heard him perform, and he is just a wonderful human being. So I'm very pleased for him. Congratulations, and congratulations to Mrs. McCauley for the wonderful work that she's done. I was going to talk about, and I am going to talk about something else, but something that Mr. Skiles said sparked a remembrance in me. You know, I was a math teacher in Kanawha County for 20 years, taught for 30 years, but I taught sixth grade math at DuPont Middle School for 20 years, and I love math. But I didn't start out loving math because I, too, had a teacher who made me fearful of math because back in that day, and I won't mention her name, God rest her soul, she had lots of good qualities, but one thing that she did that I definitely remember is we had to say our multiplication facts, and they were timed. We had to stand in front of the classroom and spill out our multiplication facts. And if we didn't get it right within a certain time period, we got smacked with a ruler on our hand. And yes, my hands got smacked a few times. But I was so fearful of math at that stage in my life. And I remember my dad would sit with me at the kitchen table every evening, and we would practice my multiplication facts. I didn't do that to students when I became a teacher. And one of the things I was determined to do, like Mr. Skiles said, was to make sure that everybody loves math. And I've told all of my students, you love math. Some of you just don't realize it yet, but everyone loves math, and you will love it when you get your first paycheck in life and realize that you've been paid accordingly to the work that you've done. But I do appreciate our teachers and our service personnel. Dale Lee and I have been traveling around the state. We were in Cabell County last night. I'm so sorry I missed the celebration, but we've been talking to teachers. And what I want to say before I leave here is Sunday, as I left church, a parent approached me and she said, Mr. Albert, what can you do about a situation? And, you know, I can't do anything about it, honestly, but she said, my child has to wait 20 minutes after school for the bus to appear because we have such a shortage of bus drivers. And we're hearing this all over. A shortage not only of bus drivers, but cooks, custodians, and of course, teachers. We do have other issues that we need to focus on. And I didn't have an answer for this parent, but I said, well, call the local superintendent and let them know your concern because it is a true concern. Not only is the child waiting much longer to get home The parents are waiting much longer to receive their children, and the teachers and school staff are having to stay over to supervise. So it is a real problem, and we need to try to do something about that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Our last delegation is Del Lee with WVEA. The topic is turn, turn, turn.
Yeah. 7 times 8, Fred, real quick. Okay. I had my ruler just in case. Now, I'm not going to sing. If I sang, the room would be empty. But in the 60s, and yes, I know I'm old, the Byrds did have the song Turn, Turn, Turn. And it says there's a time, and to everything there is a season, a time to every purpose under heaven, a time to plant, a time to reap, a time to laugh, and a time to weep. How appropriate is that today of 9/11 of all days? Because we should have a time to weep for what happened, but a time to laugh and celebrate as we celebrated our Teacher of the Year and our Service Personnel of the Year. It is great that we honor them, and I commend them for the amazing job that they do for their students. But I'm sure that they would be like every other teacher and service personnel of the year and say, there are so many others across the state that deserve this honor too. And that's what I want to talk about. Our educators across the state do an amazing job for our students. We teach them, we encourage them, we help them make dreams come true. We're the smiling face for them from the time they get on the bus to the time they go to the classroom, to the lunchroom, the breakfast room, and the smiling face as they board that bus one more time to go home. We give them encouragement. We make things happen for them. So as this 2024-2025 school year gets into full swing, there's some things that we have to do for our educators and more importantly for our students. We have to make sure that we give them the resources they need and the support that they need. I've talked almost every time about the need to deal with the mental and emotional needs of our students and the discipline in our schools. Folks, we had a program that worked, a pilot program that worked in putting an alternative setting in the elementary school. And I know it's a cost. But what was the cost of all these shootings and the proposed shootings or the theories of shooting? That's a much greater cost. The cost is helping our students, getting them the help that they need, dealing with their emotions, dealing with their issues, dealing with discipline. We have to do it in elementary school. Because if we wait until they're in the middle school or the high school, we've lost them. Last year, then Board President Hardesty and I and the board and the State Department tried very hard to get the legislature to address this need and see that. Time to double down. You got to double down on it again and try again. Because if we save one kid, then the cost is worth it. So I'm going to close now since everybody else went over. I figure I might as well too. I'm going to close with another line from the song. It says, there's a time to build up and time to break down. We got to break down the needs of our students, figure out what they need, and then build them up, because that's what we do as educators. So that was my song. I'll see you next month.
There are no other delegations.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. On to new business. First item under new business is the statewide waiver of policy 2510, assuring the quality of education regulations for education programs, section 6.1. Mr. Birch and Wiseman. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's Joey Wiseman's going to present the waiver for us today.
Madam President, board members, this waiver actually goes along with the new changes to 2510. As you know, we created a new math course called Introduction to Mathematical Applications. But some students who were juniors had already taken Math 3 and 4 TR. Math 3 and 4 TR basically just broke up Math 3 into two pieces. So colleges and universities wouldn't accept it. They only accepted it as half a credit. So they had to take both 3 and 4 TR for it to count as one of their math requirements. So we did a kind of away with the new policy. New math policy did away with Math 3 and 4 TR, and we put the new course, Introduction to Mathematical Applications, in. So all this does is allow students who had completed Math 3 TR last year to go ahead and complete Math 4 TR this year, since it's no longer in policy. So this will allow those students to complete that math course.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. And I'm glad to see that this, I'm not surprised, based on conversations I've heard that you have had with various people. The NCAA clearinghouse, that would affect our high school students going on to play college sports. Would the NCAA clearinghouse accept this course?
Now, the issue with NCAA now is they do not talk to us as a whole.
Okay.
They talk to each individual school. So it all depends on how the school would present this to them. So if they would present it as a combination of two courses, they would possibly count it for one credit because it actually equals Math 3, but the student would not get two separate credits.
Okay.
And that's the same thing with colleges and universities. They accept, if you take both courses, they count that as one credit, whereas actually students are earning two towards graduation.
So I hope and I imagine that you're giving advice to the schools on how to present this?
Yes, correct. And with this one, basically, this one's been around for a long time since we changed the math standards, so they kind of really already know this one. The change is actually the new course we created, and they're all accepting of that. So
good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Wiseman? Is there a motion to approve the statewide waiver request of policy 2510, section 6.1 for affected students during the school year 24-25?
So moved.
Is there a second? Been moved by Mr. Wooten, seconded by Ms. Sullivan. Any discussion, questions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item B is the West Virginia Department of Education and the Board of Education personnel matters. Vice President, do you have a motion?
West Virginia Board of Education personnel. West Virginia Board of Education personnel and or legal matters may involve an executive session as provided in West Virginia Code 69A 4. Personnel exception and or matters involving attorney-client privileges per Peters versus County Commission. Board majority must vote to have an executive session.
Is there a second to that motion? Been moved by Vice President Gabriel, seconded by Mr. Dunleavy. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We will go into executive session at 10:58 and no decisions will be made. Thank you. I need some more practice.
Yeah.
It's not.
I need some more practice.
Stumble with them development.
Right.
Change.
Okay, we have returned from executive session at 12:15 and no decisions were made. Is there a motion to approve the West Virginia Board of Education personnel matters?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gabriel, seconded by Ms. Sullivan. Is any questions or concerns? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the West Virginia Department of Education personnel matters found in the attachment? Been moved by Dr. Stansberry.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion, concerns? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we're going to take a break for lunch and hopefully be back by 12:45. Is that enough time? All right.
Probably.
Thank you.
Depends on what we have to eat.
Thank you all. As we resume our agenda here, we are on item number 8, the department reports. Superintendent Blatt.
Yes, thank you. We do have several updates for today, so I've kind of put together a little presentation to kind of keep things flowing. The first thing I want to share is we are being audited by the U.S. Department of Education on our accountability system. We'll be submitting all of the documentation and everything that they ask for this Friday, and then they will be here the end of September to actually interview and talk with different staff members and things around the work that we're doing. We don't foresee any issues. I mean, our balanced scorecard has been reviewed before by the U.S. Department of Ed, and it appears from some of the research that some of our staff has done that it appears they're looking at to make sure that you're identifying the schools right and that you're putting the right processes in place. And so we think we'll be in good shape there. The other thing I wanted to share with you is Attendance Works is a national group focused on chronic absenteeism. And we have joined in their pledge. We're one of 14 states that have done this to reduce chronic absenteeism by 50% over the next 5 years. And with that, we have our new data for this year. And so we're on track to start that reduction. Our current data shows that 23.5% of our students were chronically absent compared to the 27.6% the previous year. So I think we're on the right track, and the support that we get from Attendance Works, it's a group that we've worked with for several years, and our Attendance Collaborative works with. So we're excited to be part of that work. And that kind of takes us to a discussion that I think it was actually Mrs. Sullivan had brought up last time about the impact that chronic absenteeism has on our students' achievement. So the chart you see there focuses in on the ELA proficiency, and our proficiency rates are there in blue. But if you only look at the students that attended school regularly, the ones that were not chronically absent, you can actually see the gains that those students achieved. This is consistent when you go through the grade levels and when you also go through the various content. The math proficiency is even more telling when you see that the yellow is those students that were present in school for the majority of the time. We also compared our chronic absenteeism rates to behavior incidents. So the difference you see here is students that had no discipline referrals outperformed the other by the large percentages there that you see in the blue versus the yellow. This is the ELA, and again, it's consistent when you look at the math. So being in school and behaving in school consistently across all grade levels is a increase in our achievement and the results that we have for our, the results that we see for our students. And so I think that's why it's so important that we continue to kind of focus on this collaboration and this network we've created through Strive to really look at behavior, attendance, and how it impacts student achievement along with the mental health needs of our students. Right there.
Fine chronic absenteeism.
Chronic absenteeism missing 10% or more of the school year. So
18 days.
So you're looking at 18 days.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions on that? Because then we're going to go to the next topic. Yes.
Have we looked at the correlation between chronic staff absenteeism and chronic student absenteeism?
We have, I hear Tim kind of snickering back there. We've attempted to look at that, and we have some preliminary data. Our problem is, and he may be able to share more as he's going to present on something else for us here in just a minute, is we don't have a good way to collect teacher and staff attendance, the way that it's not a statewide collection. Our counties use, different systems. But our counties did do a lot of research last year, and they collected and started looking, and they've put several programs in place to address the attendance of their staff.
Does WEBUS have the capability of collecting staff attendance data?
Tim, I'll go ahead and let you come up because he was actually next, and he can answer that question for us.
Yes, it does. It's part of the payroll system. The problem is the 55 counties that use the WEVIS system for payroll have 55 different codes that they use to track attendance. So when you're looking at absences on employees, it gets to be very difficult to discern what is a more appropriate absence. So are you looking at anybody that is over the number of days that perhaps gets vacation or professional leave versus sick leave? And so I've struggled. I've run through, we have to collect them from 55 different areas on the system. And then you have to go through and determine what codes make sense. So it's not as easy as saying this is a sick leave code. Some counties use numbers to identify an absence code. It gets very complicated. So it's can be done in a general way. It gets difficult in producing something like that because then people want to land on it and say that it's gospel, and it'd be very difficult for us to say that. But yes, we can track it. It's just not a perfect science.
Would it take a change in the code to be able to get everybody on the same page as far as how we track that?
There have been requests, there have been attempts to get people to standardize on codes. That's been, and President White can also attest to this because it was part of her experience as a treasurer in one of the counties. So we can certainly push again. The need to see that is great. We've talked about it internally. We've sort of mulled over the data that we've been able to pull. And so, yes, trying to get a standard code moving forward, that certainly is something that we can, again, pursue. But as I said, President White could probably attest to the difficulty of that.
Appreciate that, Tim. I know there's been a lot made of the system of benefits where we used to be able to bank those sick days. And it's been attested to that that's one of the reasons why we have a much higher rate of chronic absenteeism, because people are trying to make use of those days since they use them or lose them.
Right.
And so I'm just curious how much of the correlation there is between keeping a teacher in the classroom on a regular basis and keeping those students engaged and wanting to be in the classroom on a regular basis.
And the substitute shortage is also,
right.
and the cost of substitutes. But, each county, sometimes in their personnel packages kind of package sick or vacation or annual leave a little differently, and they call it different things even. But absolutely, the 15 days that each teacher is allowed, if they're not in the mode to save those days, they use them. And then there's leave without cause days, and there are 5 of those you can carry over to. So you can call in for any reason. And then you have the Family Medical Leave Act that can take a teacher out of school. What are some of the others? I mean, it's a lot others than just needing a mental health day.
Yeah.
And part of the problem is the definition of what we want to use as far as what absence do we want to count. You have teachers that would be leaving on maternity leave or in a family, an FMLA situation. And do we want to include those? I guess technically if we're looking at chronic absenteeism for students, doesn't matter whether it's excused or not. If you're out of the classroom for 18 days, you're chronically absent. We could look at that in the same vein as far as the staff is concerned. That makes that process so much easier because we're just counting the absences. But those are the questions that we mull around to kind of come to an answer that would make sense.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
The next thing we have is there was a question I think Mr. Wheaton had last time about our data system security and how we monitor that, and Tim's going to provide that information for us.
I wasn't present, but I was listening, so I did hear the question come through, and it's a valid question. A lot of people have a lot of concerns about our security systems. Basically, I kind of broke this into on 3 different areas. What are we doing as far as protection from cyber attacks? And what are we doing for protection? This is the chart came up, and it's not on the screen.
This is what I'm talking about now. Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah. Cyber attacks, internal or bad players. Outside of cyber attacks, because cyber attacks often include bad players as well, but internal bad players. And then there was a question of, I think there was a mention of students and protection of the systems from students. In the world of cyber, we have hardware in place at our points of entry to the internet, hardware in place, firewalls that are our first level of defense, I guess. They are programmed to look for things that are coming at us. They are very specifically designed to do what they do. We have an entry point. We have 2 points of entry to the internet as far as K-12 education is concerned, and we have firewalls placed at both of those entry points. Outside of that or inside of that, we have what's called endpoint protection, which is essentially deployed on every device, a part of the K-12 network. So we at the department, as well as the county boards of education, critical equipment and classroom equipment, if the device there is a client for the device that would connect through the school system to the internet, and so we have that endpoint protection deployed across all of the counties and across all of the devices. That is our next line of defense, and it's probably a little more telling because we track that. That's all tracked and monitored. So when if something comes through that is suspicious, we get alerts to that. We can notify the counties and begin tracking and or stopping. There's a device identified at X school. Go check it out. Here's the IP address. They can identify that IP address and take that machine offline and then go through forensics on the machine and deal with that. We also, as far as the state level is concerned, the standard typical practices of proxy servers, which are sort of a gateway to our internal devices. The proxies can basically reflect. They take the first punch. And we determine at that point whether a device, whether a request for something that's inside our network is a valid request or not. This is where we deploy geo-blocking, et cetera. So if you are not inside the consecutive United States, you don't get to get inside our network. So that's all handled through those efforts. We are also running on a private network. So all of our critical machines, all of our critical devices, even out into the school system itself, is running on a private network. And we do what's address translation to actually get out to the internet. So devices aren't specifically identified. We also have secured offsite backup. We have a cyber vault where everything is stored and backed up, and it's pretty much impenetrable, I suppose is a good way to say that. And keep in mind, this all sounds great, and it's all like we're doing everything perfect, and it's not. It's, you're always on guard for what's the next thing coming through. So we're doing everything that we can to mitigate anything like that, and we hopefully have the processes in place that if an alert comes or something does hit, that we can stop it fairly quickly and recover. Having offsite secured backups, basically you can shut down and get rid of the offending device and then bring it back up with restoration from a secure site. Dealing with bad players, each person they're granted access to the various critical systems that we have. You're an employee of the system. So as an employee of the system, then you have a right to get into the various areas. So if you're a teacher, you should be able to see your schedules. You should be able to see your grades, your student information. If you abuse that right, then that is, you've got administration in the schools that are paying attention, should be paying attention to those things. There are various of the critical data elements that we track. For for changes. So if somebody's questioning a transcript or a grade change, then we know who has made that change, and we can then issue. Well, we can provide that to the system, the school system that is requesting, provide that information to them for them to investigate what has happened there. Students don't get access to the critical systems that we're dealing with. That's not to say that a student couldn't be a hacker and jump in and do something, but with the things that are in place, it's not a convenient mechanism to get access to the data. So I can log into, or I could break into the application itself. The application is not something that I can mass change or get access to a whole flood of data. You would have to understand the navigation of what that application is doing. But as far as the bulk data, the mass data that is concerned, that application doesn't give you access to that at that level. Again, there are the trackings. Each person in K-12 education has to sign an acceptable use policy, and the acceptable use policy states that you will not share. There's also a law in the state that says if you share your credentials, your password, that is against the law. So ramifications for violation of the acceptable use policy, it will be caught. It has been caught, and it's stopped, and action takes to that employee and or that student. We've had students suspended because they have done things, not necessarily gotten access to student information systems, but other things that they have stolen someone's password and gained access. So we've not had any issues of abuse, I suppose. We've had issues of legitimate employees doing things, and they've been caught. It's been discovered, it's been caught, and they've been prosecuted. So we think we've got things in place, but we're always looking and always vigilant. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so we just have to keep our eyes open and keep vigilant on the processes that we have.
Thanks for the report and the update. I do have a couple of follow-up questions. In terms of logging in, this will be simple stuff. You have two-part authentication, or?
We do on the web top, our web top access, which is primarily how we get into our student information system. So yes, 2-point authentication. If you're outside of the network, you have to authenticate a second time. If you're inside the network, because it's a private network, the assumption is that you're authorized to be in there if you've got the credentials and the password.
Okay. So, but you can access it remotely as well. And you said you had backup. Is that cloud-based or physical or both?
Physical.
And no cloud-based?
No, sir.
Okay. And then how often do you test your capabilities? How often do you try to get somebody to hack into the system and see what they can do that you don't want them to do?
Not as frequently as we should.
Okay, so that means what? You don't do it, or
no? It has been done. It has been tested, but it's not been tested as frequently. We are preparing for. We are working towards a better solution. We've been working this year, putting together a revised operations plan.
Okay, and what you're describing is on a state level or on a statewide level? When I say state, I'm thinking more about this board and the functions of this state board, or are you speaking on behalf of, this is also what happens on a county-wide level?
And that's where we have just a little bit of a difference in the design. So at the department itself, where we house the critical operations, we are doing that at that level. Now that to some degree also has protection because the main data resides on the system that we are operating. Beyond that, counties also have obligations to engage in those events or those operations as well, and we do share those best practices. We do communicate with the technology folks regularly as far as things that they should be doing, helping them decide. They get technology money to spend from the allocations from the state, and so guidance towards better securing. Again, we did provide and help deploy the endpoint protection for all of the counties and so forth. So most of the things that we do here are for the state process, the state K-12 set. It does touch the counties just simply because it's the network that it resides on. We don't necessarily do the same piece for the counties. That is the county's responsibility.
Okay. And then finally, how much cyber training do the employees go through each year to make sure they're not subject to phishing or something else?
Yeah, phishing is probably the most prevalent issue that we deal with. It's also the most prevalent issue that we talk about. So there is phishing testing that we can do and offer to the counties that when they would like to have that done. We certainly encourage that. We are, again, in the various technology meetings that we have, that is a discussion with them that, make sure that people are aware. When you do detect, please, change. And our email system also detects questionable issues. And if something happens there's a threshold, if you hit a threshold, automatically determines that account has been compromised and disables the account. So we've got a lot of pieces in place, and then that enables us to have those ongoing conversations with the counties and the tech people that are out there.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions on the data security?
Thank you. Very nice job.
Thank you.
And then Tim and Georgia Hughes Webb will share with you the balanced scorecard result. As you know, we shared the assessment data last month, and this is the compilation of that data where we look at the student growth along with attendance and discipline and the other pieces of our accountability system.
Yeah, I will lead this off. We've got the site, the balanced scorecard site showing. Does this mouse work? Yes, it does. So it could be very detailed to go through elements on the page. Just every county, every school system for the years that we have been collecting this data is identified here. You will find the results related in these graph forms. This is the statewide results, but each district, each county has in school systems. So the charters, as the public charter schools have come on board at the time, and they get added to these charts as well. So everything is broken down based to answer the accountability policy or program. So it's something to look at beyond sitting here in the board meeting to try to go through each of the elements. You will note some critical issues that everything that all of the data that is behind the scenes is available. You will find links on most of the pages that you can download the data set. And it is typically color coded to match what the colors match on, or the colors are on the sheet itself. And the mouse is moving slowly. So each individual item, then you get into the subgroups and the accountable areas, mathematics and English language arts. So that's about all I really want to say about the site itself. Again, it's fairly detailed. It'll show you anything and everything that you want, and data sets are available. And I'll let Georgia talk about some overview of what this year's accountability results are.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Georgia Hughes Webb. I'm the Director of Data Analysis and Research for the West Virginia Department of Education, and I am delighted to talk with you today about the balanced scorecard. Tim did just give you an overview of the dashboard itself. He mentioned that you can download data sets, and I want to pitch this particular data set to you. From the statewide dashboard, in the middle of the page, there is a link that says download data set. And let's see if I can actually do it. Oh, pop-ups must be blocked. Make sure you have your pop-up blocker disabled for the West Virginia. There it is. So you can download this data set, and it is a comprehensive tens of thousands of rows spreadsheet for all of the schools, all of the districts, all of the subgroups, all of the metrics. It is very, very detailed, and you'll see, as Tim mentioned, it is color-coded, so you can see what sort of performance level each school or subgroup or district performed in. We've got filters enabled here at the top, so you can filter to your favorite district or school or subgroup to check out how they're doing in each of our accountability metrics. So I'm going to make a plug for that particular data set if you super love data. If this is a little overwhelming, and I can understand that because it is, again, tens of thousands of rows worth of data, then there are a little bit more simplified spreadsheets available for you in each county. So if I pick Jackson County, which is home for me, I can download the data set for that county, and it will give me sort of the big picture for the county just by itself. It's a little bit more simplified, so it's a good place to start with trying to explore the data for your county of interest. So see, here you go. It's the school level totals overall. So the data sets are available for you. They are very detailed, very colorful. So do check those out if you want to dig into the specifics a little bit more. But I want to talk with you about some of the changes that we've seen since last school year when we did the ESSA scoreboard last year. There have been a lot of metrics that have seen small improvements, which I figure you probably expected after looking at the assessment data. We've seen small improvements, which is encouraging. Of course, we'd always like the improvements to be bigger. We'd like to be making gains faster, but progress is progress. So we have seen improvements in ELA performance and in items like our cohort graduation rates. We have an exceptional cohort graduation rate. It's in the 90%. So that's really wonderful. We have seen an increase this year of almost 3% in the percentage of students who are taking rigorous courses that will prepare them for success after high school. So to see a 3% increase in that is very encouraging. We've also seen a small percentage, less than 1% increase in the percentage of students who are on track to graduate high school within 4 years. Now, those are lagged measures. So the data for those actually come from 2023. So when we get to next year, we'll see the data from 2024 and see how we're playing out. But to see increases in those metrics is very encouraging because we're doing our best to get our kids prepared at the secondary level for the challenges and opportunities they'll have when they graduate from high school. Our discipline metric, I'm just going to show you here in Jackson County. You'll see that the discipline metric, which is the behavior, it is relevant only at the elementary and middle school levels. And nearly all of our districts and schools are either green or blue on that particular metric. So we're already seeing that schools are not frequently suspending students for minor infractions. So that's encouraging. That metric has essentially remained unchanged. Another point that I really do want to focus on today is the improvement we've seen in our chronic absenteeism. As Superintendent Blatt mentioned, last year we had a chronic absenteeism rate in our ESSA metrics of 27.6%, and this year it's 23.5%. So that's a 4% decrease in chronic absenteeism in the course of 1 year. When we look at our districts and say which of our districts have seen improvement, it is 93% of our districts have improved their chronic absenteeism rates. It's very encouraging. And even down at the school level, 3 out of every 4 schools in the state of West Virginia have seen improvements in their attendance. They've seen lower chronic absenteeism rates. So that is very, very encouraging. I also want to look at the programmatic levels. If we look at elementary versus middle versus high school, we've seen fairly consistent 4% or about 4% decreases in chronic absenteeism at all of the programmatic levels. But at the secondary level, over the course of 2 years, since 2022, Our secondary schools have seen a decrease of chronic absenteeism of 8%. And that's a huge improvement. So I did want to make sure that we called that out as well. Now, it's not necessarily all sunshine and rainbows. We do have challenges and opportunities ahead of us. Some of the smaller increases or even decreases that we saw came in the metrics related to progress among our elementary and middle school students. So our progress metrics compare students' performances on their assessments this year to their performance last year. So in 2024 compared to where they were in 2023. And there are certain cut scores at which they are determined to be making progress. And that was sort of our weakest area on the scoreboard overall, was the progress that our students are making. So big picture, we are making improvements, but the progress is perhaps smaller than we would like to see it. So those are some of the big picture, I threw that at you very fast, big picture changes that we've seen over time. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to entertain them and do my best to answer them for you.
Thank you for all you do. And I like data, and I have been looking at what's available, and I'm in awe that you can do all this. It's amazing. Have you, the absent rate, I think it's an easy one, with the chronic absenteeism rate. You said that in high schools it's decreased by 8%, which is quite good. But my question would be, have you looked at the students who are involved in the CTE programs versus the ones who are in college prep or whatever and general ed, to see, because we hear with CTE that students who are productively engaged in their education are more likely to want to come to school. So I'm just wondering, is this anything you've had time to analyze yet?
No, we haven't looked at students' involvement in different programs like CTE or other opportunities to compare against students involved in other programs or courses of study. That's not something that we've had the time to dig into yet.
Okay, but it might be, and grow your own. We have other programs going on that are giving children more purpose, more direction, which leads to another question. Do we collect after graduation plans? I know CTE does, but do we do that overall in our high school?
No, we don't, other than the CTE program. And then I believe our special education office does collect some survey data for special ed students who exit school. But other than those two specific instances, we do not collect post graduation plans.
But it could be done.
We'd have to see. I'm not sure if that's something we've collected in the past and therefore could resurrect, or if that's new data collection that we would have to propose.
Okay. Because we know that anybody who has a purpose is going to be more productive because they know where they're heading. It's not just a goal. They have a plan to get to reach that goal. So it might be worth encouraging the counties anyway to do.
I do believe that at the high school level, all of our counselors do work with students on their PEP plans, their personalized education plans. And I believe part of that process is sort of figuring out what they want to do after high school. So that should be happening at the local level. It's just that we don't collect the data.
Okay. And over the years, we've talked about statistical neighbors, which is such a wonderful notion, I think. And I can think of a school up in Ohio County. I think it's called Ritchie Elementary, and I don't mean to call them out, but for years, this little school, with its student population being what it is doing so very well. So are we looking at what they're doing, seeing if it's transferable to other schools? How much can we replicate? I just think the statistical neighbors thing is such a great idea.
Yes, I agree. And that's a lot of the work that our school improvement office and then our accountability office is doing, looking to see kind of where those outliers are for the best performance, and then also looking at the other end of the spectrum and seeing what can be replicated and what can be shared.
And also with the results that the families get on their individual children. I can remember we saw a video one time with the little canoes. Do you remember that? That was great. And it shows that if you're at this level right now and you want to be this, you're going to have to really work hard to do that. Do we still give parents information on where their children compare related to the occupation they might be looking for in the future?
Yes, that's still part of our assessment reporting. We're moving to an online portal that parents can log into, and that started this year as opposed to the hard copies, but it compares to those different careers. It's our partnership that we have with Metametrics.
Good. And do you get information to see what percentage of families would be actually using that information, that they're looking at it?
Yeah, we will be able to starting this year because of it is on that online portal.
Good.
We'll be able to check the access.
Good. Thank you.
An interesting question about comparing your scores to some occupation that might be, let's say, 10 years out. And I know I've seen a statistic that there is like 80% of the jobs that are going to be available in 10 years, we don't even know what they are. So I would say, an interesting question, but I'm not sure if it makes any sense to try to be targeting an occupation that might exist today.
And I would say to that, when we were growing up, we didn't know what was out there either. You know, if we could read and write and do math and think and ask questions, these are the soft skills too that we are working. But yeah, I see what you're saying. And occupations are always going to change. But if you want to be a doctor, and
what do we have to do?
Yeah.
Read and work hard.
I really like this balanced scorecard. I'm kind of looking through it here on my iPad. What's the difference between academic achievement and academic progress?
Sure. Academic achievement is where students are right now in terms of meeting standards on our statewide summative assessment. So are they proficient? Are they not proficient? Where do they fall in terms of those 4 performance levels that we have? And academic progress is where we compare their scores from the most recent school year to last year. So for instance, my daughter Vivian is a 7th grader this year. Last year she was a 6th grader. So the progress measure looks at her 6th grade scores and compares them to her 5th grade scores to see if she either stayed at the top performance level or if she was at a lower level, a 2 or a 3, if she made progress either within that level or from one to the next. So did she move from a level 3 to a level 4 performance? So if a student stays at that top level, they are counted as making progress, because students who perform at the highest levels and stay there, that's awesome. If a student progresses from one level to the next level up, then they're counted as making progress. And then within each performance level, there are sort of cut scores by thirds. And if they move from, say, the bottom third of the performance level to the middle third, they get counted as having made progress then as well.
Okay. And then you could actually drill down to your daughter's results and to your point and see whether, not necessarily her cohort, but whether that individual is making progress.
Right. With the online reporting that will come to me, I can look at her performance and see how is she making progress. Is she meeting standards? Is she meeting my standards? How is she doing? And what do we need to do to support her to continue to succeed or excel?
Okay. And then finally, there are no colors if the cohort is less than 20. Is that right?
That's correct.
So talk to me about that.
So we don't want to present data for a group that is too small to be statistically meaningful. And here in West Virginia, we've set that standard at 20 students because we know that, some of our schools are very small. If we set it at a higher level, say 50, we might not have subgroup reporting at all. So we've determined to set that level at 20 students. If you've got 20 students, in our context here in the state, that is statistically meaningful, and we'll calculate your metrics based on that. But if you have fewer than 20 students, then the data aren't necessarily meaningful in a statistical sense because the group is so small. A lot of our small groups, they are not like 19 students, they're 5 or 4. They can get very, very small at the school level. And we do use the different levels. So if you've got fewer than 20 students at the school level, we won't calculate that metric. But if those students comprise a group of 20 or more at the district level, we will calculate a metric. So those students are included, at least at the state level, in the results that you see, even if they're not included at the district or the school level. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I'm just trying to figure out what's magic about 20 as opposed to 15, because, we have a lot of schools that have, smaller than 20 in a classroom, and you're saying, I understand the results might be skewed, but we don't have any results for them, or you're just not presenting them?
We're not presenting them. The metrics are calculated, but they're not presented because they're not, meaningful in a statistical sense. So,
but the individual schools and counties have that data on those students, so they can still do their analysis and things. It's just not publicly reported.
Okay, so if I was currently looking at a county and I see some scores for academic achievement, but then you see progress and there are no colors, what is my takeaway right there? Did your class size go down from being at least 20 to the next year under 20?
Okay, so I understand that question. So in some cases, because the progress scores are actually only calculated for students in grades 4 through 8, third graders don't have a prior year score to compare to. So we can only calculate progress for students in grades 4 through 8. So if you happen to be at an elementary school that tops out at a grade 3, you're never going to have a progress score just because your kids don't have progress from third grade to fourth grade because there's no fourth grade. Similarly, we've got lots of really unique combinations of grade levels in our different schools. So if you've got a school that has 8th graders but no 7th graders, they may or may not have a progress score. If you've got a grade configuration that tops out at 4, there might be progress scores for those 4th graders, but if it's fewer than 20, we just don't show them. So that's a function of the cell size suppression and the way that particular metric is calculated. You're welcome.
With that, those scores, though, are included in the county scores, correct? These cells that you've suppressed.
Yes, they are.
They're showing up.
Yes, the students are counted. We don't throw them out entirely. We do count them. It's just that the level at which we count them differs. So.
I think your report is wonderful. I'm really impressed with it. My concern is I don't think we make enough progress. Can you put a magic bullet out there and fix that?
If I could, I would bundle it up and sell it and be a very rich woman. But I know that our schools are working hard, and my colleagues here at the State Department who work with districts and schools on issues of school improvement, improving climate and culture, work very hard to provide best practices. It's just that sometimes progress is slow. We would all very much like to go from red to green in a year or two's time. But in order to build lasting and sustainable progress, sometimes we just have to be patient for the time being.
It's hard to be patient when you look at that much red.
I agree.
Since you mentioned the color first. It disturbs me because when we start talking about percentages and making progress, percentage of progress made and so on, it's so small. And I'm trying to be patient, but we need to make more progress. And I don't know how to fix that.
Maybe some more certified teachers.
That would help. That would help.
Especially in mathematics. I think science and mathematics is very, very lacking in that regard.
But, I looked at some of those math scores, and I really looked at them hard and looked at the individual schools. Some of those scores are relatively low. My concern is, we're looking at the 20% that's over here. Tell me about the other 80% that's not there.
Tell me what you mean. We ask that question in a different way.
Well, if 20% are at level,
mm-hmm.
What happens to the 80% that's not at level?
That is probably a question best answered by someone who works in school improvement. I can tell you all about the data. I can tell you about the demographics of the 80%. But my expertise is not in the field of school improvement.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
Okay. I want them all to succeed.
Yes.
I don't know how to do that.
And looking at the math for the 11th grade, you look at the test they're taking. They're taking the SAT, which is a college prep admissions test, whatever you want to call it. And we have 43% or so of our students who are going to college. Are we even giving the right test? And I know that it's in state code that we give, it was either the SAT or the ACT. But I would like to think that there's something we could be doing. It doesn't motivate kids to take the SAT if they don't need it. In their minds, that think like a 17-year-old. I don't need this test. I'm not going to college. Why should I care? So that suppresses the scores for everybody. So again, is there a way to differentiate between the ones who are, and this has nothing to do with CTE, because we have CTE kids who go on to college. But is there some way to differentiate the masses from those who are thinking about going to college? I don't know. It just seems like there's something wrong with the testing.
That one's above my pay grade, I think.
Right. Thank you, Georgia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The other another piece of data that we had talked about last time that kind of goes to some of the points that have been made is our career and technical education, our CTE data, and what that looks like. And Adam Cantor is going to share that with us.
Good afternoon, President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. I'm happy to be here and appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about some really good news. I get the privilege of talking about career technical education, which seems to be something that students want to do. And I was asked to talk about assessment. And so I wanted to go over what we use in assessment, which is the NOCD test. And so I've talked before about this just a little bit, but I wanted to give a quick overview. Thank you. A quick overview of terminology and all the things we do. So this is a national test. It's done by a third party. It's created by industry experts and individuals in the field. We actually had in CTE this past year over 1,400 teachers and over 2,000 business partners in CTE alone that helped with our work-based learning initiative. Many of these individuals help create the test nationwide, but the test is given in 47 states. NOCD is utilized. So it is a national test, and it is nothing that we really have a say in. So it's a total third party. We use these tests as a end of program course. So if I finish a pathway in pre-engineering, I would take an end of program course test that says, do I have a competency level in the particular field I'm studying? We provide, at the state level, we provide blueprints, which gives teachers, administrators, it gives them a kind of a pathway or a guideline of battery of what is going to be on the test, what topics are covered, what does industry say is important in this test. We give study guides, and we also allow them to have pre-test. The vendor has over a battery of 200 or 300 tests. We work with teachers in the field on an annual basis to get their feedback and to make sure with our industry advisory councils, is this the appropriate test? So that's how we decide what tests we're going to use. There are 4 main benchmarks that we look at in CTE for testing. We look at the workforce readiness score. That is, in the technical terms, the criterion referenced cut score. But nobody wants to say that. No teacher wants to hear it. So we use workforce ready. And what that means is there a minimal level of competency within that field of study that the student or the individual completing the test is ready and able to enter work? Second is national average. I think we all know what that is. College credit score. There is a third-party vendor called the National College Credit Recommendation Service that analyzes every single NOCD assessment, and they say, should this be eligible for college credit, and how many hours should it be eligible for? So it's not even the testing vendor that does that. It's a fourth-party vendor, I guess you would call it. And they determine that score for each of the tests. And then lastly, we have a governor's workforce score. I wanted to put this up here. I don't have further slides on it, but the top 10% in the entire state on each test, we recognize as you are eligible to earn the governor's workforce credential, which is a high level of things that has to do with attendance rates, drug testing, multiple criteria to earn that credential. So those are the main scores we look at. So on to the good stuff. So we had this year a 64% passage rate across all CTE. I mean, I think that's pretty exciting. We just got done with an administrators conference, and we really celebrated this fact. We had many programs score well above 64%, and some of those being therapeutic services, our ECAT program, which is a tie directly into the service personnel position. We actually this year had 11 tests that stand in place of you earning what it takes to work in service personnel. So we heard earlier some of the things that we need to increase how many people go into service personnel. So many of our tests, 11 different tests, qualify that student when they turn 18 to be eligible to hold a service personnel position. Pre-engineering, diesel equipment technology, hospitality and tourism, all of these were among, I think every single one of those, I think, had a higher than an 80% passage rate. I looked at the top industries. So we look at the 16 national career clusters, and I thought I would compile the data into these clusters and let you see how well they perform. So education and training had a 98% pass rate, health science 92, and you can read so on and so forth. So I listed the top 5. So they were very high performing. We were very proud of these numbers. And I think the last time I was up here was pre-COVID. So what I decided to do was some longitudinal study of where have we been 5 years ago? Where were we pre-COVID in the 18-19 school year? And where were we? And all this data is actually the 23-24 school year, the school year that just ended. So I looked at how did we perform this year first. And we already spoke about, we had 6,700 students perform at workforce entry. That's 64%. We had 5,500 approximately score above the national average. So those 5,000 students not only met workforce, they also scored above the national average. And then 3,000 and some earned the college credit through what the National College Credit Recommendation Service, they set a pretty high bar. And so when I looked at how does this compare to where we were in the 18-19 school year, we gave this current school year 23% more tests in the whole state. We had an increase of 9.5% from a workforce entry score. We increased those who exceeded the national average by 12% of our population, and those who were eligible for college credit improved by 10%. So I think these are some really great results. I was excited to share them with you. We're doing a lot of great things in CTE, and I think that testing is usually not the most fun topic to talk about, but I think it's so good that it's exciting. So I will entertain any questions you might have.
Your enthusiasm is contagious.
Oh, thank you.
And you have a lot of good news to report.
Thank you.
I would ask, is there not a way to get this message out to the general public so that the rest of the state can celebrate?
So we launched a program called the Spotlight Series, and many times I hear that all the time. It's the best kept secret. I don't know if I can be any louder. I try to be loud everywhere I go. I try to take a mic every time I get a chance to talk. But the Spotlight Series allows local districts to submit good news to us, things that are happening at the local level. We publish them on social media. We've created all these different items with the help of our communications office and Christy Day of creating Spotlight Series. We put them all over our website. I will gladly put them anywhere I possibly can.
Have you worked with the Chamber of Commerce and told them this?
Yes.
And all the governmental agencies that do workforce development?
Yes. So we have partnerships across the board with all of those folks, and we constantly try. We even work with higher ed and say, we really should look at some of this NOCTI assessment stuff because they're doing very well. What can we do to build better pathways, better partnerships? We've worked a lot with the community college system and the Higher Ed Policy Commission on what can we do for dual credit opportunities for these students. So yes, yes, we are trying to hit every angle. We think the most important thing are opportunities for students. You know, testing's important, but so is a qualified teacher, and so is one course. I had one drafting course as a high school student. I didn't know that was CTE. I still barely know it's CTE, but I loved it so much, and I use it every day of my life, even though it's not my career. I draw my house. I've drawn my house probably 80 times because I just love that kind of stuff, and it's helped me. And I think that it's important that it's not always just about the career. Sometimes it's about the life skills that come along with what happens in CTE. So, other questions? Yeah.
Who's the ideal student for CTE?
Every student. I get asked that a lot. So I've ran a lot of statistics on how many of our programs, there's this huge misconception that a CTE student is the blue collar. And I made a joke at the presentation I just gave. When I go home and I hang trim and I do drywall, do you think I go and change my shirt collar so it's not white anymore? Because it's silly. Because a ton of our programs, and I have some ideas of what I want to do with data. I want to start looking at how many of our programs actually lead to college. And we do placement data. Some of the questions that were asked, we do placement data, and we do have a lot of those numbers on how many go to college, how many go to the military, how many go to workforce. And we have a plethora of programs that actually just lead to college, because the goal, in my opinion, with CTE, the goal of all education is a career. It's how much more education do you need to reach that career? And so I did some analysis on programs that happen at actual technical centers, because most people who talk to me always say, well, if that happens at the CTE center, that's a different kid. And what I say is that kid just walked out of biology class and went into plant systems. Like, they're not a different kid. They're still the same SAT score. It's just as important for our folks to help improve those math and English scores. It's just as important for them. But I also don't want to glaze over the fact that this is also important. So I believe in a holistic approach, and we have only 31% of our programs happen at a technical center. That means the remaining 69% of those happen at high schools. So it's all students can do CTE, and we're trying to do a better job of educating the field on that, trying to provide more opportunities with academics for AP courses to start to tie into that. We've created some new programs. We actually created a new program in service personnel, so that we have done a ton of work on work-based learning. Last year alone, we had over 13,000 students do work-based learning opportunities outside of the classroom environment for more than $3 million earned in their pocket, with over 2,000 business partners and over 1 million hours logged. We have a ton of progress happening. So we created this program of study called Service Personnel, where the first 2 courses they take, they learn about all the service personnel fields or classifications. And they go through this plethora and they start to decide what would they want to do. And then the county can use that program of study to do work-based learning opportunities to get that student into opportunities, allow them to test it, allow them to fail some, and figure out which direction do they want to head, and see if service personnel is a place they want to go to get us more bus drivers, cooks, and those types of things. I got all kinds of stuff I'd love to talk about, but I think it's for every kid.
Do we have any hybrid programs? For instance, someone that might be from the engineering field where they're doing some sort of CTE learning,
yes,
what the people in the field are going to be doing, but also having the academics, the math and the science to be able to do the academic work as well.
100%. So we have a pre-engineering program that is it's every kid in that program ends up going to college. So there's not one that doesn't go to college, pretty much, from what we've seen in the data. But we also have social journalism, where AP journalism ties in with some of the other CTE coursework that's always been. And there we have one for the art teachers, that they can do graphic design, and it's failing me the name of the actual program of study. But we have biomedical science, we have aerospace engineering. Many of these programs are actually just career oriented. I was talking to Mr. Birch in the back about the stigma that comes along with CTE, when really that's not the truth. It's the stigma. There's over 475 courses in CTE. Many of those are just academic in nature, period. They just, forensic science is one. And so there's many hybrid programs. There are what most people think of CTE: carpentry, welding, plumbing, HVAC. Those are the high wall shops that happen at the 31% of the technical centers. Most of the others are actually academic in nature.
I can't hang any drywall, but my wife would really appreciate it if I could. So that's
All right. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. You want your clicker back?
No, I'm good. If you just send it to the next one, I'm good. So we're the final assessment that we talked about that we would report on this month was our homeschool assessments that had been submitted. And you'll see the data here on the screen. If you look at these assessments submitted for third grade, we're at 71%. And then it continues to decline until we get in 11th grade. We only receive 36% of those required assessments this year, looking at the data. It's important to note that there's a few things some caveats with this data. First of all, this data is reported by the counties based on the data that they collect. As we started reviewing this data, we have approximately 3,100 students who we're not sure what grade level they are actually in. Out of those students, 131 of them submitted an assessment. And so as we look at this data, we see a great increase in the percentage of assessments submitted from last year. So we want to thank our homeschool parents and our counties for getting, especially in those early grades, getting that data submitted. But with approximately 24,000 homeschool students in our state, we still have a lot of tracking and reporting and things that need to occur. Part of the concern with the data is the fact that there's very little required information that parents have to give to our counties. And so when I say we're not sure about a grade level, it's because they give an age at one time in that child's career. So if I enroll a student and I say the child is 5, we don't know anything about that child until we look to see if there's a third grade assessment submitted. And of course, that gets trickier as the child gets older and they're entering into leaving public schools and going into homeschool. And so this data is the best that we have available. The counties have worked to collect this data, and thinking about next steps or current steps that we're dealing with right now. Our counties are reaching out to these families that we know need to still continue to submit this assessments. Many of them are making phone calls. They've sent letters stating that you have not met the requirements of state code based on this. You have you kind of like a deadline or a time frame that you need to adhere to submit this, and before they will start filing the petitions against these parents to possibly revoke their homeschool privileges. So I think, a lot can be said about, at third grade and the seriousness that we're taking that, but there is a lot of concern when we look at our 11th grade at only 36% have submitted their assessments. And so, is the concern there that we're losing students by the time they get to 11th grade to homeschool for the wrong reasons, because if they were there to be educated in things, we would think that we would see those assessment results. So we will continue. I know although the board feels the same, we will continue to work with our homeschool parents and any of those legislature, the governor's office, in whatever way that we can to continue to refine this and hopefully be able to collect better data and get better results in. But this is the data that we just received from this past school year.
Thank you. Yes, Sullivan. A question. Thank you. It's interesting data, of course. This has nothing to do with proficiency rate. You just know that 71% of third grade homeschoolers have had their assessments turned in. It has nothing to do with how well they're doing on these assessments.
Correct. It could be they just have to submit an assessment score from a nationally normed test or one of the tests that's approved, that are approved through the State Department, or the portfolio assessment, which a certified teacher signs off on that it's been
okay. And does that certified teacher need to be an employee of the county in which the child lives?
No, there's no requirement.
And they can be in-state or out-of-state teachers? And the national assessment test is their choice.
Correct.
So we don't say you have to take comprehensive tests of basic skills or the West Virginia assessment. They can take, the West Virginia assessment is not nationally normed, I understand, but they could take any test out there that's nationally normed.
Yes. And it's important too that all of these students are eligible and that we have in our system. They could all take the West Virginia General Summative Assessment and the SAT school day if they chose.
Okay, and would those students be included in this, in these percentages of scores submitted? If I, as a third grade parent, took my child to the public school and they took the test, would my participation, my child's participation, be included in the 71%?
Yes.
Do we know what percentage of the folks who turned in assessments actually came in and took the West Virginia General Assessment test?
We know how many have, yes, we can determine how many have taken the West Virginia General Summative Assessment.
I think that would be an interesting thing to know, because at least then we're comparing apples with apples. And is there any sort of inter-rater reliability that goes along with the teacher portfolio checks? You know, if you look at a student's portfolio and I look at a student's portfolio, are we going to come up with the same result?
Most likely not.
Okay, so there's no inter-rater reliability. No. Okay. Well, there are a lot of issues to look at.
Yes.
So these kids that are being homeschooled, what keeps them from taking a test, an achievement test of some sort, virtually?
Nothing prevents that.
So there's like unnumbered people that are going to college virtually, and they're taking classes and they're having their achievement tested, and some way there's a proctor involved to make sure that they're sort of actually doing it.
Right.
Why can't we do that here? I mean, I think there are cases where homeschooling is a great option.
Right. And there is the ability for, like our virtual charter schools are able to take our summative assessments virtually. So there are options there for that. The homeschool students are in kind of a separate category, and the parents choose, how they want to assess their child and submit those requirements.
But why shouldn't we, if I'm homeschooling Doc, that I'm required, he's in the third grade, he's got to log on and take an achievement test, and it's got a camera on him, make sure that he's taking the test and I'm not taking it for him. And then you've got, hopefully, something that approximates real data to chart his achievement.
Right. And we have looked, and our Superintendent's Association has looked at that too, as to, what changes would look like in state code to where that could become a requirement for our homeschool parents or homeschool students.
Is there something in state code about the 40th percentile, or is that just with Hope Scholarship kids? 40th percentile and not showing progress and being not allowed to continue. So there's something in there
with the Hope Scholarship, yeah.
Just with the Hope, not with homeschooling, but homeschoolers who have the Hope Scholarship would fall under.
Adhere to those, yes.
Okay.
I know it's a little lengthy this time, but that concludes our reports. All right, thank you. Does anybody need a break right now? You could use a break, if you don't mind. Maybe a 5-minute break. Is that enough? Thank you. Necessary break.
Okay, we will resume. Next item is board member updates and requests for information. We'll start with Mr. Wooten.
Good meeting. Thank you. Appreciate all the reports. I really have a lot of comments that I could make regarding the CTE presentation. I mean, there's a lot of good news there, and I look forward to seeing more information about that, because I agree there ought to be other people to see this and be able to celebrate the things like this that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Snavely.
Yes, ma'am. A few comments. So next month's my last month on the board, and I was going to reserve these comments for then, but I think it's probably more appropriate now after the presentation. I continue to be very, very impressed with the Department of Education, the level of expertise, the reports that come out. And having said that, our seemingly lack of success and achievement is multifactorial. I think the information is there, the curriculum's there, the expertise is there, and I know it can vary by county to county, school to school, but we have very qualified people at administrative level, teaching, principals, service workers. So why can't we achieve what Vice President Gabriel said? And in medicine, we have term that's become popular recently, the past several years, social determinants of health. And there's really just social determinants of quality of life or level of education, and that there's so many factors that go into that we could be here for years and years and years, and it's just part of what afflicts our state in general. The bottom line is economics drives success top to bottom, and which comes first? You have to have an able workforce. You have to have a stable home life. You have to have tax-based infrastructure. It's a very, very complex problem, and I think that we probably do better than what the achievement says. We're probably not doing the right achievement test, to be honest. With SAT level for every person is not the way to go. If you look at the CTE program, that's quite impressive, and I agree with Mr. Wooten. So that's just a commentary that I have that I think probably everybody shares. But it's not just on the educational system that we're not achieving. I'm just extremely impressed. Maybe part of the problem is the extremely talented teachers rise up to a level to administrative departmental level. But hopefully many of them stayed there, like the teacher of the year and the service person of the year for 2025 showed us today. So that's just my comment. The request for information, I was just wondering about the alternative teacher certification program. How have we done with that? How many people have we brought up with that? If we have that information, I would be interested in seeing if we've had any success and how much.
I'm not sure.
I mean, for a future meeting, not
Yeah.
for today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to make sure somebody was getting that
Make
too.
sure somebody's not there.
I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Snavely, about the multifaceted aspects of our population. Socioeconomic struggles. Now probably second generation opioid families, children of opioid addiction challenges. So many grandparents raising children. A lot of things that affects those children being interested in their own education. They got to get dinner and a safe place to be first.
You're going to be missed. let me tell you, your intelligence, your good heart has kind of been an anchor for this board for the years you've been on. Oh, and I was going to save that till next month too, but since you said something, I've done a number of things this month, but I guess to me the most meaningful thing I did was I attended the graduation ceremony for the Mountaineer Challenge Academy South. And this is the institution. There are two in the state. They're run by the National Guard. One is up in Preston County, and the newer one is down here in Montgomery. And they take at-risk youth, I think juniors and seniors that are eligible, who are in jeopardy of not graduating from high school. They put them in a 22-week boot camp, and it's very military, with all the expectations. And there were, let me look at my notes, because I was so impressed with their product. There were 58 students who graduated from this class, 49 males and 9 females. And you think, okay, that's great. How rigorous was it? Well, when I heard that an additional 50 were in the program but left it, that really speaks volumes for the program and for these young people who got through. They came from 24 counties. The program focuses on academics, life coping skills, job skills, health and hygiene, citizenship, community service, leadership, and physical fitness. And if you could have been there, it was down at the levee. It was a beautiful sunny day. These young people with immaculate dress. They were in their military type garb, with the boots and the khakis and the whole thing. But their posture was, they were upright. They were proud. It was wonderful to just be a part of them. All 58 of them completed OSHA certification while they were in this boot camp. All of them completed the West Virginia Hunter Education certification. 5 earned cybersecurity certification. So they're getting some. They also are eligible to complete their high school diplomas. Now, I didn't read it anywhere, but I almost think I heard that 71% of them got their diploma. And these are kids who would otherwise be lost. They completed 3,700 hours of community service. And then, I talk about you need to have it's nice to have a goal, but you need to have a plan. 31% of them are planning on military careers. 34% will join the workforce. 25% will attend the next level of the mountain. It's called the Mountaineer Job Challenge Program. And this is, I believe, up in Preston County. And 10% plan to attend college. It was very uplifting. And so I know that these are public school students who have voluntarily left their public school to go to this program. Some of them go back to their public schools, the ones who didn't get their diplomas. It's wonderful to see. And it's a program that we in West Virginia are fortunate to have for our young people. They're not ending up at the juvenile facilities, at detention, and they're not in the justice system. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all the folks who are involved in that program. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Something for you to consider. I'll probably get the name wrong, but the West Virginia Commission on Budget and Policy does incredible research on many issues facing the state, and they do a lot on education. It might be worthwhile to invite them sometime to come in here and tell us about some of their findings. It is exceptionally well done, and there's a connection, a correlation between what is done here at the department. They take it to another level, and they use the facts from here too. It's just it would be good for us, I think, to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunleavy?
You're not leaving yet. You know, you don't get replaced until there's replacements. So you might be at a future meeting, correct? I think. Yeah. So. you might be here for a few meetings, but anyway, I'll save my remarks until then. But you are
maybe Christmas party.
You will be missed, Doctor. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. I'll save my tatas for later as well. Because, yeah. Or I think the Christmas party is a good idea. All right. Next item on the agenda is future meetings. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education is October 9th, 2024 in Charleston. And now we move into our budget work session, our budget. I'm back in my old days. Policies. We are going to get an update, information, and discussion on some of the policies that are coming up for our approval in the next month or so. So I think the first one is policy 4334 and 4336, and we have Jimmy Lacey. I don't think we've met Jimmy Lacey just yet, have we?
No, I was going to say Mr. Lacey just joined us a little over a month ago.
July 29th.
July 29th from Kanawha County Schools. So we're glad to have him with us.
President White and the board, thank you for having me here. One of the tasks that I was given when I first started was separating two policies that was put together. So policy 4336 and 4334, I'm in the process of separating those, making adjustments to both of those policies. We met with the stakeholders for 4336 Monday and made some changes in there and updating some things that needs updated through things that have happened. 4334, I'll be meeting with the stakeholders soon to get those ready with the manufacturer so we can get that all ready so we can get at least turned in. Have any questions?
I'll just say I'm glad that you're separating these two policies out. Build a bus versus drive and ride a bus. So that thank you.
When they put the two together, been in the county and in driving and that kind of stuff, I'm like, these don't go together. Why would we put them together? One tells me how to drive it, one tells me how to build it.
What is the preferred color of the flooring for a bus?
Anything but black.
Vice President Gabriel is our resident expert in transportation.
You know, I've read through those policies, and for the rest of the board, I don't know that the policies need a whole lot. You may want to tweak this, tweak that, but the policy is solid. Both policies are.
Right.
And Kelly, can I get on my white horse? You know, I just want something in there to hold the counties or to hold them accountable. When they don't follow that policy is a great policy. But when they don't follow the policy, I just want someone to tell me that will be done.
Well, I will tell you, I spent a lot of time looking at the early drafts of this policy that Dave Baber worked on before he left, with a lot of comments, and I think we made some changes that may help with that. But ultimately, you know, our accountability team needs to look at that issue when we're dealing with accountability for counties. I think when they don't follow state board policy, that, you know, that's one of the mechanisms that we have to hold them accountable. So,
and Jimmy, could you explain the system that we talked about that literally looks at these bus driver license and credentials and
the dashboard? Yes.
Yes.
The DMV has a dashboard that each county can purchase for $100. This dashboard, what we find when we do our audits of the drivers is that license have been downgraded from a CDL to a Class E because their medical certificate expired or they didn't renew their license. With this dashboard, it will notify whoever's in charge of overseeing it 30 days prior to, saying, hey, this driver's medical certificate is expiring on such and such date. 30 days prior to, it'll say this person's CDLs are expiring. So you know that up front. Plus, if a driver gets a ticket and something hits their license points or something like that, it instantly notifies whoever's observing that, so they know all this information right up front. None of this. It'll help stop finding these downgraded license. One of the downsides, or the big positive side, is if there is a wreck and somebody's downgraded from a CDL, they're not licensed to drive the vehicle that they're driving. So it's a big liability.
So is this an optional program that the county
It's been an optional program, but we talked this week about, checking with the company or who has this dashboard. If it truly is only $100, then putting something in there that would require some kind of tracking system. We wouldn't spell out a vendor or anything, but if there's requiring a way to track that and monitor that so that we do have those reports.
And I'm okay with that, but I just want to make sure that gets done, because I would hate like the devil, and there's no news media in here, to pick up the newspaper tomorrow morning and find out that some driver's been driving and he's been taking Oxycontin 3 times a day. Now, I would be upset, and I'm not upset. I'm upset about the kids. I wouldn't want my kids on that bus. And the same is true for somebody operating a bus without an operator's license that doesn't go. If it's not a CDL license, they shouldn't be on there.
That's correct.
So if that happens, so what do we do? Because the way it stands now, I'm going to ask a question so that who asked the question to start with? You said you told him to identify. Tell me what happens when an inspector goes into the county and he goes through that checklist that he does, and he finds somebody that has a downgraded license, and he's been driving on a downgraded license. What does he do about that?
The inspector can inform the director of transportation or the superintendent that this person does not meet the criteria to be driving the bus, but they cannot tell them, you cannot drive the bus, that this person cannot drive till it's corrected. So we can tell them that they're not eligible to drive, but we can't tell them that they cannot be behind the wheel until they're made legal again.
So what I'm hearing is that if he doesn't have a license and the director doesn't have a substitute, that guy's going to drive this afternoon without a license. Is that what you're saying?
That's what's happened before, yes.
Okay.
I guess what I don't understand, though, is why we can't revoke the certification we issue to them. Because we have the ability to do that. Now, it's not an instantaneous thing. I mean, or the law might need to be tweaked or policy or something that would allow us to summarily suspend immediately. Do you see what I'm saying?
Listen, our policy says that.
Does it?
It says the superintendent or designee has the right to retract that certification card.
Okay.
And he's acting in place of the superintendent when he's out there looking at those cards. That's what I don't understand. Thank you. I've been trying to get that across. Maybe I wasn't clear.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lacey.
Thank you.
And welcome to the department. Next is Mr. Hagerman. Sorry.
Good afternoon, President White, Superintendent Blatt, members of the board. My name is Robert Hagerman, and I am the Director of the Office of Certification, and I'm here today to answer any questions and talk about the upcoming comment period and revisions of the policy, State Board Policy 5202, the minimum requirements for the licensure of professional and paraprofessional personnel and advanced salary classifications. We have been working on this policy for the last few months as a response of our stakeholder groups and our approach to be much more customer service oriented. We understand this is a very dense and procedural policy, but it is a necessary guideline as well as a guiding document for not only our county personnel, but all those interested in becoming certified in the state of West Virginia. And as a result of the variety of pathways that we now offer and flexibilities that we have to become licensed in the state of West Virginia, it necessitated a full revision of the policy to make sure and ensure that applicants, as well as county personnel directors, principals, and all the school personnel that rely on that policy had a clear understanding of what the process, timelines, protocols, and requirements are to become licensed and certified in the state of West Virginia. So having said that, we proposed a variety of changes that in most of them are technical changes to clarify language, to align the policy throughout and make sure that it is written in a very user-friendly format, even though it is a regulatory policy and procedural document. However, it has to be understood by all parties. And when it comes to licensing individuals, not every pathway is the same, and not every pathway requires the same documentation and the same sort of steps to be accomplished. So we were very cautious and cognizant to create clarity, and through the help of several members on staff at the West Virginia Department of Education and countless pairs of eyes, we went through the policy to make sure that it read consistent, that it not only clarify but it specify to the minor detail what is needed for someone to become certified. So that would help us in the recruitment, retention, and also in the staffing of classrooms across our state. So all of those, I'm going to just highlight some of the major changes that we have placed in the policy, which is basically adding flexibility for candidates to apply for certification. And that includes there is a state and code requirement that all teachers during the first couple of years of teaching their teaching career have to complete a beginning teacher internship or induction process. So we clarified in the policy that if because of mobility or because of lack of records from county to county, because somebody may have started their career 15, 20 years ago in a county and then have taken a leave of absence and come back, we don't want to prevent someone via technicality not to be able to teach because they're lack of requirements. So we place some flexibilities in the policy so they can demonstrate that they have completed those requirements in additional ways instead of having to look for old records that may not exist at the time. So that would help with the mobility, that would help with the staffing, and that would help to bring people from other states who are highly qualified to staff those vacancies in our classrooms. We also made some modifications to some permits that were previously only valid for 1 year because, as you know, we continue to staff members in classrooms across the school year. So if somebody gets hired in February, we would have been stealing their opportunity to renew that permit or to complete the requirements of renewal because they didn't have enough time. Because we know that most of our academic institutions work in the semester cycle. They start either in August or January. So if you begin in February, you have no opportunity to complete renewal requirements until summer or fall, therefore preventing that individual from renewing their license or certificate for the upcoming school year. So we changed the validity of those permits to 2 years, so that would give them ample time to complete the 3-semester or 6-semester hour requirements, either via e-learning or college credit or any other additional mechanism that it is available. We also added some content endorsements, restricted content endorsements for areas of high need, such as driver education. As you know, we have a high demand at the high school level for driver education instructors, and a lot of those individuals who we had licensed have retired, or some of those programs are no longer offered in the state of West Virginia. So the West Virginia Department of Education, with the state board approval, has created some pathways to create cohorts to allow these individuals to be certified as driver education instructors. So therefore, there was no mechanism for them to receive a permit while they're being prepared to serve such functions. So now we have an avenue for these individuals to be able to staff those classrooms and not have substitute instructors, or as it relates to my colleague that was speaking about and board members speaking about the licensure and qualifications, somebody behind the wheel with students. We want to ensure that those individuals are properly licensed and have the safety and training and the precautions to be in a vehicle on the road with students. We also added some permanent authorizations for autism. As you know, the prevalence of the high need population in the special education area. So we have put in place some autism mentor authorizations to make sure that these individuals who are working with these most needy populations and highly skilled populations have the proper credentials. Also, we added a permit. We are working on adding a permit, what we are going to call the novice teacher training. As you had the opportunity to talk to and hear from the Teacher of the Year, as well as in previous presentations, you have heard National Board Certified Teachers for whom we offer a supplement, a yearly supplement for such accomplishment. So we in the Office of Educator Preparation, as well as the Office of Certification, we have had these discussions on how to best utilize this National Board Certified Teachers to provide that mentorship in that guidance to beginning teachers. So it's a program that we are proposing to where we will pair an individual who has been in the classroom, as many of you know, who have been substitute teaching for 5 years or longer, who have the qualifications but either have the financial impediment or the time that they cannot leave the classroom because they are supporting, they're the sole caregivers for that family. So therefore, we are implementing this process that we will pair this individual with a National Board Certified Teacher, as well as county support and mentors, in order to put them on a pathway to certification. So therefore, people who are already in the system, familiar with the system and performing at excellent levels, now we are giving them an avenue to become fully certified instead of just being substitute teachers. And then we also allowed some of the restricted content endorsements that were non-renewable for the same reason of lack of time or the ability to complete the requirements to be able to renew, because again, the fluidity on when we hire people to be in the classroom to be renewable, so they can continue to serve the students of our state. And then the last piece that I want to bring to your attention is we created the chief school business officials. It requires a certain number of accounting hours, and we have a lot of qualified personnel who may be eligible to be in that capacity. As you know, counties struggles to hire treasurers and to hire financial personnel. So we had put some things in place to do in lieu of the 24 accounting hours specific to provide more flexibility, working together with the officer in the Office of School Finance to expand that and provide more flexibilities. And as a wraparound, the changes also were to make sure that they align with House Bill 3035. When we talk about the literacy and the numeracy coming up, make sure that all the credentials that we issue, particularly those at the early childhood and elementary level, that they meet your expectations and criteria that you had set forth in other policies and other expectations of this board and this department for the students of West Virginia. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just a comment. This policy 5202, whenever it comes up, I always get a stomach ache. But then I know that Dr. Hagerman and his staff are keeping a close eye on all the details, and they know the details. Are you, the changes you're making? They all sound really good. Are you going to be sending out a cheat sheet to the counties and the teacher prep folks? Since it's a repeal and replace, it won't show up what is being changed, correct? So if there's something you could send to them so they will know what's happened once this does get through board approval eventually, I think that would be helpful. And then just a question, if I'm a person who wants to be a teacher or a librarian or a school nurse, whatever, can I go on the WVDE website and just see a chart that tells me exactly what I need to do rather than going through the whole document?
Great questions, and I can answer both with that solid and firm yes.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the things that we do monthly meetings with the county officials, personnel directors, as well as certification officers. And we also have the same meeting with all educator preparation program certification officers. This is a standing meeting that we have monthly. We not only announce these changes, they are part of our stakeholders, but we do have, in addition to the executive summary, we have, and one of my colleagues, Brad Fitro, creates an outline of all the changes to the detail that they're more comprehensive than the executive summary. And we share that sort of dynamic document with our personnel directors, as well as our preparation program providers and certification officers. So they are fully aware of what these are, because I would say, I can't put a percentile, but the majority of them are in response to their requests to make sure that that is addressed. So we work collaboratively. So yes, we do have that document that we share with them, in addition to having shared the policy through the stakeholder groups. So they do have that mechanism. And the second piece is, yes, as we are and continue to, with the excellent work of the Office of Communications, revamping our website, we have created, and we do have some one-page documents on the website, as well as flowcharts that outline, not only in a narrative form, but also in a flowchart form, of the different pathways, requirements, and the flexibility within those to become a teacher. So they don't have to go to the policy, sort of a triage system. They can do that before they have to go to the policy to see the requirements. But we want to make sure that they fit the category and the criteria before they spend too much time and effort looking for specific technical requirements.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is policy 7211. Ms. Kreiner.
Good afternoon. So does this mean that I'm expected to deliver the grand finale? Because I think I'm up for the task. I am just going to give you a general overview of some changes that are going to be made to policy 7211, which is our conflict resolution policy. It's formerly known as the conflict resolution policy. We are now going to look at that as the resolution of formal complaints policy. Conflict resolution has a tendency to have the connotation of being two people who just cannot agree on things. But we are actually required, or one of the long-term effects of the REC decision is that we are required to have a mechanism in our policy and in our operations that allow for residents, members of the community to make a formal complaint and to file a formal complaint and go through a procedure when they have a concern that a school or a system is not following West Virginia policy or state code or a law. And so in my position, I have the opportunity to interact with multiple citizens and residents of West Virginia and stakeholders in the public education system who have concerns and complaints regarding schools and districts and the education that is being provided at that level. And so in looking at that, we determined that we needed to emphasize some things in this policy, and also that we needed to clarify what sorts of things do come to our office for us to address, and what sorts of things are handled by outside agencies. For instance, sometimes we will get calls from employees who really should handle their concern through the grievance procedure, or we will get calls from folks who are concerned about a local Board of Education election. Well, those are handled by another government agency. And so we wanted to clarify so that we could allow ourselves and our public liaisons the a procedure for where to funnel those calls. We also shortened some of the timelines for the response on the part of the school, the district, and the department. When this policy was first written, information was not as swiftly moving as it is now. And so we did not want to ever send the message that we were, in addressing a complaint, trying to put someone off or, extend timelines. If you looked at the old policy, it could go on for an entire school year by the time it went back and forth. So we shortened some of that timeline to allow for a more responsive process. And then ultimately, part of the big vision here is that we want to be able to capture the data that comes into this building from the field with regard to some of the common concerns and complaints that citizens have, because we want to be able to look at what are some common topics that we may need to clarify or address or provide additional technical assistance. We have had an internal stakeholder meeting already and made changes based on those comments. And then we will be scheduling the external stakeholder meeting for October, and it will come to you in November to approve for public comment. We're going to put it out on hopefully a 30-day public comment period, so that we can get additional feedback from people in the field. And I do want to mention that there are two coordinators in my office who have been especially instrumental in helping to refine some of the language in this policy. They are Angela Erling and Tammy Varney, and they have just been indispensable in their support and help on this. And so I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of that. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? Comments?
I just am really glad to see, I guess it's 4.5, the process does not apply when an individual has a complaint regarding an individual school.
Yes.
Because I'm sure you get calls here, the teacher is misgrading my child's papers or whatever it might be.
Yes, and while those concerns are valid, we wanted to clarify that personnel issues are the responsibility of the local level because they employ that person. That we do not have that same employment relationship, and so we would, of course, listen to the person and then pass that along to the people who are able to do a thorough investigation and follow up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And next is Ms. Talbot. Policy 8400, Charter Public Schools Stimulus Fund.
So this is a new policy, and it is a policy that grows out of a statute that the legislature passed during the 2023 session. And what occurred was the legislature created what it calls the Charter School Stimulus Fund that it would appropriate funds to. And those funds would be then granted using an application and competitive process to folks that are seeking to apply to be a charter school and don't have the financial resources to do that, or don't otherwise have the financial resources to start a public charter school. So just so you know, though, when this was passed in 2023, the legislature didn't put any money in this fund. And they didn't put any money in it last session in 2024 either. So currently there are no monies to be granted. I guess time will tell whether the legislature would put any funds in that for 2025. But the Charter School Stimulus Fund statute directs the State Board of Ed to promulgate a policy to deal with the application process what kind of criteria would be looked at, the eligibility criteria, what costs would be allowable for the expenditure of the funds, what kind of reporting and accountability requirements would be in place to make sure that, you know, the monies are accounted for. I will tell you that when I started working on this policy, we had some internal stakeholder meetings here in the department, and obviously we're kind of starting from scratch on this, although we have some experience with the grant making process in other contexts. So I went out and looked to see if I could find any other states that had charter school stimulus fund like programs. There were some, but they are so specific to state law, they weren't particularly useful to me. So I generally tried to look at the kind of things that one would typically find in trying to make sure that state funds that are granted to entities, that there's some guardrails for how those are expended and accountability for expenditure of those. And just so you know, the legislature does have some bare bones things in the statute about who is actually eligible for this. The legislature says that if you are an organization that's financed by essentially, you guys are familiar with some of these national organizations that run charter schools, and we have some in West Virginia. I think Excel runs a couple of the charter schools. They are not eligible for these funds. So the legislature put in here that they cannot be financed by any organization that starts or finances other charter schools as a significant portion of that organization's function. So that the legislature put in here. And that's one of the significant criteria that I would draw to your attention. We went through this and we had several internal stakeholder meetings, and Jeff Kelly, our person who interacts with the charter school folks, has sent this to James Paul, the executive director of the State Charter School Board, to look at as an external stakeholder. And we expect to hear something from them, you know, any comments that they might have before we bring this back to the state board. But we definitely tried to outline some of the things that you wouldn't be able to spend the money for. One thing that comes to mind, you guys might be familiar with the School Building Authority, for example, will not grant funds to purchase real estate. So we replicated that in this policy because conceivably a charter school applicant could seek to have money to build something or that kind of thing. And we felt like we should have the same criteria for that as the School Building Authority. You could potentially fund some construction costs out of this fund, but not to purchase real estate. It's more of a one-time cost issue. Here as far as what these funds would be eligible for. If a charter school is found, if their competitive grant application is found worthy, the law as it exists now says that they can get up to $300,000 for their initial grant during the first 2 years of operation. And then they are subsequently can be eligible for an additional $1,000 grant after they've received the initial grant. The charter school board itself will be the one taking applications, reviewing those. The state board's role here is to just set up the policy and the guardrails for how that's going to happen. And so we wanted to get this in place in the event that the legislature does put any money in that fund so that it could be administered. And that's kind of a big thumbnail review of that if you all have any questions.
Thank you. Excellent.
Any
Excellent.
questions? Go ahead. You go ahead. No.
Ladies first.
Of course, I haven't read it yet, but my sense is that it's very well done, as I would expect from you. It's for startup expenses. Is that?
Yes, essentially that's the design
So
of
we're
this.
talking about desks and tablets
Or
and
potentially school buses,
School
like
buses.
that's something we had Jimmy Lacey as part of our internal stakeholders, because now I'm not aware right now of any of our charter schools that actually have school buses, but potentially that's one thing. It could be some sort of construction cost related.
like
But yes,
renovations or
it wouldn't be something like personnel, which would be an ongoing expense, if that helps.
if a charter school gets a grant and then closes after having expended these funds, what happens to the property in this case, the desks, the buses?
That's a good question, and we grappled with that in our internal stakeholder discussions. Well, one thing that we did do in here is if the charter school closes within a certain period of time after getting the money, we wanted to put, if for example the monies are granted to the charter school applicant or a building of some sort, construction, there would be essentially kind of a lien placed against that building, an interest that the state would have in that building that could potentially be collected on in some way. I mean, I'll be honest with you, this was a difficult issue for us.
Okay. Oh.
But that's one thing that we thought of. Now, I will say that when they're granted the money at the beginning, the way the legislature wrote the law, they have 30 months to open a charter school. And if they get a grant and don't open the charter school within 30 months, they are required to repay the money. And so obviously the public charter school board would have to bring collection proceedings. And I've got some things in the policy that if that actually happens, that the charter school board would report that to the state board, because I obviously think that would be a significant thing that you would want to know about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it is the charter board, it stood up. It exists. Okay. And are they working on, let's imagine there's millions of dollars in a fund. Are they developing their criteria based, to determine how they'll dole out, the many grants that are going to come at them?
Well, the way the law is set up, the public charter school board falls under the general supervision of the State Board of Education under both statute and constitution. And the legislature, when they passed this charter school stimulus fund statute, gave the state board the policy-making authority, not the charter school board. And my theory about that is because the State Board of Ed is the policy-making authority for public education under the Constitution, so it has to come to you, right? I mean, in my opinion, the public charter school board will have to implement your policy. They will have to follow your policy as the eligibility criteria, the application process, everything that's basically put into this policy. And if they have any feedback to us where we've left any gaps or they think something should be included in this, I'm open to that discussion. But they aren't going to be independently making an additional policy, if that helps.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
And so collectively, we will develop a policy for the charter school board to administer and implement.
Yes.
And then do they take all the requests, process them, and come here and say, hey, here we got these 10, we recommend you fund something.
Now, what the way this is set up, since they are administering it, they follow our policy. They will make the decisions about whether a grant would be awarded or not. And they will administer the distribution of those funds, the accountability for those funds. But if they have a circumstance, as we were discussing earlier, where they have a charter school that closes after getting the money, or they have a charter school that doesn't open within 30 months of getting the money, then there are provisions in the policy that would require them to report that to you and report what they're doing to correct that situation. But you all won't be making the decisions directly on who gets funds and who doesn't. They will be.
Okay, so they'll have autonomy
Yes.
there with respect to giving the money out.
Yeah.
Sorry. And then if it says for startup costs. So if Doc and I come in here and say to professional charter school board, hey, we want to start a charter school. Not a charter school yet, but we got big ideas. We qualify to make an application based on that?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, despite the fact that in the early lead in, it says it's for public charter schools, I think.
Yeah, they are.
It seems to be in conflict.
Well, when a charter is granted, it becomes a public school. So yes, you and Doc can apply to open a charter school, but it is if it gets granted and the charter is granted and it opens, it's a public school. Does that help? Now we have other school choice things like learning pods and micro schools. Micro schools is one where folks can get together and to start a school, and those are not public schools, but you and Doc could create one of those, and there wouldn't be any accountability kind of mechanisms for those. But charter schools are public schools.
Well, that helps.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to use the Doc and me example. So we get our money and we go out and we buy an old school, and it's full of asbestos. And now Michelle's got a lien on our school that is full of asbestos.
Yeah.
So how do you protect Michelle from that?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe that's something we should think about because part of the purpose of this is to get your feedback before we make these policies in any final form. I mean, as you all know, for example, like with the school building authority, I know many of you all have been a part of that. Like the school building authority won't grant funds to build on a piece of property without some sort of site evaluation. That's quite elaborate, as I recall the process. They're not going to give you money and they're not going to give you money to build a school that's going to be obsolete in 10 years either. I mean, but the school building authority's process is quite detailed. Counties have to file or hire experts to assist them with architects and engineers and all kinds of things that it was difficult for us to think about replicating here simply because I don't think the state charter school board has the expertise that the SBA has, for example, in looking at these kind of things and working with experts. And it's a difficult.
They'd be expected to follow the same kind of thing, regardless of whether they have the expertise or not. Therefore, they're going to have to hire consultants. Right. I mean,
now I will tell you that the charter school that just opened in Clarksburg, they bought an old school building that the county sold. And I just talking to Micah, for example, that building had a lot of problems. I'm not sure that the school building authority would have given money to rehab that building. My understanding of the condition of that building, it was an old building, right? Yeah. But I think we now that was something where the county auctioned that property off, and I think that the charter school company was the highest bidder for it. And we got a phone call from one of the architects working with that charter school company asking if we believed they were subject to state board policy on building requirements. And we said, yes, we believed they were. But they've opened at this point. I don't know what it looks like on the inside, or whether it had asbestos and they've abated it.
So my recommendation would be just let's be careful how we draft the lien. I mean, I think it's a good idea to try to protect our money, but we should not take on the responsibilities to try to perfect our lien.
Right.
That could be negative fun.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It does have asbestos. Okay.
Thank you, Kelly.
All right. Well, this had some difficult issues that we grapple with, and I can't pretend that we came up with the perfect answer to all of them, but
It'll give us something to consider, though, and give you some feedback.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else to come before the board? Good of the order? Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. You're not.
And by the way,
It's gonna
you
stay.
guys don't have anything to, Bob and I are starting a micro school. So, you're not